Someone's missing. What's up with that? Get the music rolling. Where's Kirby? I know. I don't know what's going on, but if you go to the replays, and I don't think these are accurate, or they're missing or something. But look at his win rate. 48.51. He didn't win a single game, but he lost like 30 or 40 games yesterday. So I don't know why, but he apparently logged in and just played and threw every match. Hey, what's up, Orsecond? I don't know why. Oh, how did Ping send up? Looks like I'm number 1. Yeah. Huh. Well, it's up for the taking because I don't give a fuck about some stupid statue. Holy man. Pink's like fucking. He was on something last night. He had like 6 or 7 games in a row that were just demonic. And it looks like he not only made those back, but and then some. So I guess we got to go grind something else. It's back to Dark Seekers. I'll have to ask Pinks what's up because I know he's buddies with Kirby. Oh. That is not good. I did not mean to have those on. What guild are you in again? No Zerkers, no Strikers? Was that the rule? Oh my goodness. The game feels so much different when both teams don't have shies. It's unreal. Hey, what's up, Ryu? How you doing? What's up, Jim? The hell? She's just chilling at the Starbucks for 5 hours? Oh, yeah. Gaming time, baby. Yeah, I'm I'm gonna start playing Suck more in group fights. Especially capped ones. I wish there was more RBF that I could practice up more with Suck Sage in group fights. Hey, what's up, Averona? I'm doing pretty good, Jim. I hope you're having a nice day. Something terrible happened. What happened, Finley? Oh. Oh, that is terrible. What are you doing online? Go get some coffee now. Sky has fallen? Wait, why is the sky fallen? Kinda wish you could turn off the jumps for items. I wish you could customize them. That would be nice. Good luck with the grind. I appreciate that. I want the pig pen to open, but it's probably not going to open for like another 6 hours. Hey, good morning, Joe Bell. Oh, let's see what we can buy. 62, huh? Let's buy... We buy these next. Megu or Wusa for new players? I'd definitely say Megu. If I were to advise someone to take one or the other. Ah, get that nose away from me. Don't you dare sniff me ever again. You come by here again, I'm gonna let one rip. We'll see how much you regret stripping, sniffing. Where would you go after Honglim's? Huh. That's a good question. Honglim's is pretty solid. I mean, you obviously want to try to make more money, right? You can go to garmoth.com and just see like what's better than Honglim's, and then see if any of those seem interesting to you, right? Because it's not just about what's better, it's also about what you enjoy grinding. People always forget that if you enjoy what you're grinding on and where you're grinding on, you're more likely to put in more hours, and that's always going to be more valuable to you than being on a faster class but being miserable. Let me take a little peek. Global grind. Honglim is okay. Maybe Cyclops? Cyclops is probably pretty decent for Warrior too, because Warriors, I think, typically do pretty well on places where you get like lots of back attacks and focus damage on one target. I think at least. Biseptimus might be the better dude to ask about that. I mean, I haven't really actively grinded on Warrior in quite some time. Oh, the Yazarid Highlands too. That's probably a pretty solid spot for you. Oh yeah. Hey, what's up, Danked? Feel like I haven't seen you in a minute. Playing BDO again? Thinking about it? Oh shit. Oh shit. He got that itch, fellas. He's got that itch. He's back. We should make like a stew tonight. Nope, they do not. Just take different length breaks. Well, we're at like 4 days now without a crash. Or I guess 3 days. I used to crash basically every single day. Even if I did like a little reboot at the beginning of my day. And if I didn't, then it was like guaranteed. I was crashing pretty early that day. So fuck risers, I guess. Oh my god, there is no way, Danked. You're still using a bulldozer? What the fuck? I had that back when I started streaming. When I first started playing and streaming PlanetSide 2, like 12 years ago, I was using an 8350 FX. That thing is crazy dated now. Holy crap. You're in for a night and day change, even with just a moderate PC. You don't even need a big upgrade. In fact, I'm pretty sure console. Actually, what do I mean? Pretty sure consoles are way more powerful than that. I have almost all the parts for 5800X3D. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's a good chip. Yeah, I wanted to buy a 5080, but they're just overpriced right now and damn near impossible to find. I originally wanted a 5090, but that was just like too much. But it feels weird with the 5080 right now because like that was too much with the MSRP being $2,000, right? But like at this point, the 5080s are selling at damn near that price. At that point, like if I'm gonna spend that much on a 5080, I feel like I'm better off waiting and just buying a 5090 if or when they come down. I'd really like a 5090 more because it has 50% more computing power when it comes to encoding, since it has 3 encoding chips on it and not 2. But that's a very niche thing, really only for creators. But right now, between the MSRP and it being so much higher on top of that because of the scarcity of the cards, and then the Canadian exchange, and then tax on top, it's like 5,000 Canadian dollars for a 5090. It's like, no thank you. No thank you. I'm hoping with the release of the AMD cards, it at least alleviates some demand overall on GPUs. It obviously won't directly alleviate the 5090s, but a lot of people who are struggling to get 5090s, there might be some trickle down, right? Where people are like, okay, maybe I'll, you know, with the price of the 5090s, maybe I'll get a 5080, and the scarcity of the 5080s, people might settle for the 5070s, and then with AMD coming out, looks like their card is going to directly compete with the 5070s. So, maybe. Wishful thinking, I guess. Might have to wait another generation and hope it gets better, although it seems more likely it'll just continue to get worse. Yeah, well, the 50 series is already out. It's not even on the horizon. Well, it's out. Well, I definitely wouldn't call NVIDIA a joke. They're just able to do whatever the fuck they want because there's no proper competition. I don't just blame NVIDIA for that. There's no doubt that they make the superior cards, vastly superior. And it's up to competition to bridge that gap. And if you at least can't completely do it through performance, do it through value. And previously, AMD has just tried to ride the profit train of NVIDIA by just being like NVIDIA, but slightly cheaper. Instead of it being proportionally cheaper. There's a lot of people who are hating on NVIDIA right now. It's kind of fashionable to hate on NVIDIA. And people are looking more carefully now. And then they're taking these normal situations, but now that they're paying more attention, they're seeing them more often because they're paying more attention, and then they're just associating it with, well, it must be new to this generation, right? And this generation is certainly having its own issues, but people are on the hate NVIDIA train right now for sure. And NVIDIA has nobody to blame but themselves for it. Like, MFG is pretty cool tech, but NVIDIA immediately comparing it to raw performance was obviously not going to sit well with the community, because it's obviously not the equivalent of raw performance, but it's still really good tech. And it's important to just use it properly. You use it properly and it's going to be amazing. If you use it improperly, then it's going to feel like shit. And yeah, them comparing generated frames to real frames is just going to perpetuate your casual PC users to use it incorrectly, right? Well, it's not even fake frames. The real frames. It's just not derived from real performance. The missing ROPs are obviously an issue, but that's easily resolved. They've already claimed that their manufacturing process has now been fixed to alleviate that issue. And anybody who has issues with that need to contact the board partner that they purchased it from. And I guess at that point, it's just up to the board partners to honor their warranties. It is a little disheartening, though, to have something like that basically diminishes the performance gain of this generation over the previous, if you don't notice that. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people who just went out and, if they manage to get a 5080, 5090, that possibly don't know of this issue, they won't RMA it. They'll just think, oh, I guess this is my card. Don't you sniff. Don't you sniff. A guy ran by here earlier and typed sniffs in chat. I said, if you come by here again, I'm gonna let one rip and we'll see you struggle when you sniff. I just assumed he was in the stream. Ah, So it runs around your schedule. Perfect. When you leaving? Can you leave now? Please and thank you. I'd appreciate that very much. What I really want video to do, specifically, is I want to see them update, fuck. The fuck is the name of it? I'm gonna brain fart. FSR. And they should, add support for DLSS. No, it isn't. They already added it, right? They could definitely do it. What am I farming? Just chilling. Silver. I mean, you get stacks here, so saving stacks for the long term. At least let it update ourselves, right? Like, that'd be nice, too. Frame generation, please. I don't know if I would really care so much for that in BDO, to be completely honest. In all the situations where my, in all the situations where I would use it, I'm already oversaturating my frame rate, my refresh rate on my monitor. There's no reason to use frame generation beyond your monitor's refresh rate. In fact, that's detrimental, right? And in all the situations where my performance is dropping a significant amount, the last thing I want to do is sacrifice a little bit, even if it is just a very small proportion of raw performance, for some additional frames. I would rather not, right? Because the times where my FPS really drops, you know, it's dropping down to like 60, and I don't want to have like technically a, let's say a 55 raw frame rate, but it's at, you know, 100. Or 200 because of the frame generation. Although, maybe if I had a 200 hertz monitor, then it would be a little more interesting. So far, Triz, removing the riser, no issues. And I 100% would have crashed by now. So, it's now... I'm going to give it a full week. Right now I have it in the PCI Gen 4 slot. I'm going to give it the full week. And then I'm going to move it back up to the Gen 5 slot without the riser. And if the problem comes back, then I know it wasn't the riser, it was actually the slot. And then I need to figure out if I want to RMA the motherboard or not, which is obviously not really something I want to do. If I have to RMA this motherboard, I'm officially done with MSI permanently, because that'll be the third board in a row. I stopped using MSI for a decade because I had to RMA 2 boards in a row with them. And if my first board, 10 years later, has to be RMA'd, I am officially done with MSI. There will be no ever coming back to it. But so far, it's looking like it's the riser. Like I said, I'm going to give it maybe Tuesday. I'll pop it back up to the Gen 5 slot. Not that there's a difference between the Gen 4 and the Gen 5, right? The cards aren't properly saturating that bus anyways. But I still want a functioning board because, like, for resale value, right? The last thing I want to do is just settle for a board that's not functioning correctly because all I got to do is use the Gen 4, because that means in the future if I want to resell the board, it's going to affect its resale, or I got to be scummy and pretend like there's nothing wrong with it, which is definitely not something I want to do either. And even though like even though the latest cards aren't even fully saturating or just starting to saturate the Gen 4 times 16, I mean, some people like to use their motherboards, especially with AMD motherboards, typically being future compatible with processors, right? Multiple generations of processors. Who knows what GPUs are going to be out in 4 years from now, right? And I might still be using this board. I might, at that point, there might be GPUs that are, it's necessary to have the Gen 5 to get the full benefit of them. So, anyways, yeah, I digress. I'm going to give it a few more days. It's looking very, very promising so far, unless I'm just getting really lucky and somehow managing to avoid a crash, but I would have typically crashed about 3 or 4 times over by this point. So, in a few days, I'll swap back up to Gen 5, and if the Gen 5 works completely fine too for a week, then I know it was 100% the riser. Which makes sense. Which, in a sense, I'm kind of sad, because when I was initially thinking of using a riser, I was like, I wonder if there's going to be some type of issues with signal strength. And that's why I bought a more expensive riser from Lee & Lee. I was like, okay, I'm not going to buy one of these ones made out of Chinesium. I'm going to actually buy a good one from a reputable brand. Surely there will one that's properly shielded. I'm like, surely there'll be no issues with this, right? So I even spent extra money on it. Just to end up potentially with the same problems I was hoping to avoid by spending extra money. Yeah, you're right, I didn't have issues with the Gen 4. But when I crashed again, after setting the Gen 5 slot to just run at Gen 4 manually instead of leaving it on audio, that was typically people who are having a similar issue to this, that was typically what solved it for them. Because apparently, because of the riser being Gen 4 and the GPU, apparently the motherboard doesn't handle it very well, which I guess is a very niche issue and typically only happens when a new PCI Gen slot generation comes out. And it's a very short-term problem that is eventually resolved once basically everybody is now, all the hardware and everything's on the next generation. Because the threads I was looking at, it was basically the same thing. It was like when Gen 4 was just brand new, and people were using Gen 3 risers with Gen 4 PCI slots. And yeah, their solution was just manually set the Gen 4 slot to Gen 3 and, you know, you're golden. But that doesn't seem to be the case, at least in my case. But I wanted to completely isolate the riser and the slot, so I actually just removed it, plugged it into the Gen 4 directly, and like I said, I'm going to plug it back into the Gen 5 in a week, and then if there's no problem, then yeah, it's potentially the riser. If there is a problem, then it's the slot. And I could also go back to running it with the riser in the Gen 4 slot and see if that causes it as well. But at this point, I mean, the GPU even runs cooler in its normal slot than it does in the back-mounted spot. So, you know, part of me just wants to keep it like this. Actually shaved like 15 degrees off the GPU because it has fans at the bottom that are literally blowing directly into the GPU fans. It's a pretty significant temperature drop. Yeah, I'm really hoping it isn't the motherboard. If it's just the riser, then it's like, okay, maybe I can contact Lee & Lee. I doubt they'll give me a refund. I don't even really want another riser. But maybe I could get maybe I can RMA the riser if they have something for that, and then they'll send me a new one, and then I could just sell that. Recoup some of my money. That's probably the best bet. It typically sits around 80 degrees if it's running at 100%. Like if I put the game on remastered, or if I uncap my frames. I typically don't like doing that though, because this GPU, ever since I bought it, suffers from coil whine, and that's not an RMA-able quality. So just means when the GPU's under really heavy load and generating a ton of frames, it starts to whistle at me. And it gets really fucking annoying. So even though it works perfectly fine. Hey Triz, maybe you know the answer to this. So AMD apparently with their 9070 XT apparently they improved the encoder by a significant amount on their GPUs. But it's such a niche thing to care about that there's like no information I can find out there. And I'm really curious how that encoder compares to the 50 series NVIDIA encoders. I was curious if you knew. Because I'll be completely honest, if they've significantly closed that gap, I might consider just swapping a Team Red this time, because I'm not a fan of what NVIDIA is doing, to be completely honest, and I would like to see some proper competition in the GPU market now. But the encoding is obviously very important to me, and they've been pretty far behind in that department. And this part that I care about, you guys, it's for you guys. It's not for me. The encoding is so I can have a better stream quality for you guys. On the 11th? Ooh, okay. So like a week? Bit over a week. I'm really curious, but it's going to be hard to find information about that. Like I said, it's such a niche thing to care about. Most people just care about raw performance and features. The encoding side of things is typically very few people caring about. $10 says he's gonna cover it. Yeah, he's the one that did that other video, right? I was even considering, because I know the Intel GPUs, even though in terms of like gaming performance and stuff, they're not great. Apparently their encoder is actually pretty damn good for the price you spend. So part of me was thinking, hey, maybe even if the AMD cards aren't really that good, maybe one of the newer Intel cards, maybe it has a beefy encoder on it, and I could just have a dedicated GPU for encoding. Yeah, yeah. And AV1 is definitely the future, right? H.265 is kind of expensive for platforms to use. But AV1 is full open source, and it's, in most cases, just better quality for a lower bit rate. Better quality for the same bit rate, or similar quality for a lower bit rate, which is just like a double benefit, right? For platforms like Twitch and YouTube. So it is definitely the future that, what company isn't going to take money savings on both ends between cost and, well, I guess it's just all cost, right? But they save in two ways by swapping to AV1, and YouTube in general is already, you can already stream in there with AV1 encoding, but Twitch hasn't fully made the plunge yet. But it's definitely just a matter of time. It's weird to me that they haven't pushed it out quicker. The only reason I could think of is maybe they suspect that a large audience, and maybe it is true, that a large audience is still on mobile devices or watches Twitch on mobile devices, and they're worried about compatibility issues. Oh, really? I wonder what would be the benefit of them even bothering with H.265. What I understand, though, there's like licensing costs and stuff with it, where AV1, in most cases, is either just better quality or similar quality, and it's completely open sourced. There's obviously something I don't know there. I haven't looked into it as deep as I probably should. But just at face value, it doesn't seem to make any sense. It seems to make sense to just completely jump over H.265. But there's obviously something I'm missing there. Yeah. Yeah, it is relatively new for the encoders. I'm kind of hungry. Yeah. So it seems like they're being slow with it. Which I guess is fine by me, because I still don't have a GPU that can encode AV1, so... If they... I'll be completely honest, though. If they announced, like, tomorrow that they were going to officially allow everybody to stream in AV1, that'd be some pretty massive... Oh, fucking phone's ringing. 1 second. Hello? And? Well, it's not with you. Wife forgot her their snack bag. She wanted me to go make sure it was upstairs before she went and ran out to the vehicle for no reason. And sure enough, it's up here on the table. Okay, I'm right here, you dumbass. Only thing that's AFK is your brain. Doing nothing. How's Pig closed already? Someone's got really lucky. Close it in like 2 hours of it opening. They'll probably open in about 5 hours from now. 4 hours from now. Approximately. And then it'll close just before prime time. And then we should be back on our normal schedule. Seeing lots of white dots chasing each other. So what was I saying before I left? Oh yeah, if Twitch announced that they were officially going to enable streamers to broadcast with AV1 encoding, I would be a lot more motivated to try to rush to get a card that has AV1 encoding on it, because just the quality benefit is significant. I don't know where I'd get my hands on one, because I wouldn't be surprised if even getting your hands on a 4080 right now would be difficult. Yeah. I just don't understand how there can be such a shortage unless it's just the chip. They're all being bottlenecked by the chips. Need to get Taiwan to put their foot on the gas. Yeah. Oh, for sure, right? Just like with oil. Create an artificial drop in supply, and it creates this illusion of scarcity. This is probably the best opportunity AMD has had in a long time, though, to curry some good favor for themselves in the GPU market. Even if they can't, and I don't expect them to close the performance gap completely, but if they can just reasonably close that gap and then offer like a decent supply and reasonable prices, it'll definitely curry a lot of favor to them and potentially build some more long-term customers for them. I've been so disconnected from the AMD naming scheme and AMD cards. Is there going to be, like, is this just like the start, or is that going to be their new flagship? Oh, okay. So there'll be a there'll most likely be a 9090 XT then. $19.99. I'm pretty sure that at this point you don't have a PC, you have a relic. Yeah, the 7700 XT is their current flagship. So, is there not going to be a 9090 XT then? Oh, that's the money. Oh, I thought you were just being funny. I wouldn't call myself a PC guru, but Triz here. I mean, if you just put the specs in chat, probably be able to pretty quickly see if you got ripped off or not. I can't imagine, though, if it's a brand new full PC, I can't imagine, I'm really curious what they have in there for, in terms of just processor and graphics card. Typically, like, a lot of these all-in-one manufacturers understand that most people only care about the processor and the graphics card. So in order to get the price down, right, they'll put in all those notable name processors and graphics cards, but they'll really go cheap with power supply and memory and case and minimal fans. They mentioned that they're not gonna do enthusiast level cards, so probably no 9090. Gotcha. Well, like I was saying, I think before you popped in, Triz, I was originally hoping that a 5090 would be affordable, but didn't have any expectations of it. And then when the MSRP came out at $2,000, I was like, nah, not a chance. There's no way I'm selling that to the wife. And then the 5080s were $1,000. I was like, okay, that's a little more reasonable. Still more than I'd like to spend, especially with such a gap between the 80 and the 90. But that MSRP is, you know, obviously feels fake at this point because they're all selling for like 50% more, and most of the manufacturers are forcing you to buy them with bundles because they're trying to get rid of other supply at the same time, take advantage of this shortage of GPUs, knowing that some people out there will just buy the bundle and then sell the other parts, and then they basically just passed on the supply to other people. But even that being said, right, with everything selling for so much higher than the MSRP, I can't even justify buying a 5080 right now. Like, they're all selling for 50% higher than the MSRP, and then you got the Canadian exchange and then tax on top of that. It's like, holy fuck. How many trillions do I have? Trillions of trillions. I can't justify buying eggs anymore? Well, there's a variety of issues driving that. Egg prices up. Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm strongly considering swapping to, like I said, for me it's the encoding. The encoding might make or break me getting an AMD card this generation. But even if the card ends up being reasonably good, and I could just get an Intel card for an encoding card, a dedicated encoding card, I might just do that option. AMD definitely has a very good opportunity available to them right now. We'll just have to see if they take it. So far, it's looking promising. Heavily into stocks? No. The only thing I make sure is stocked all the time in my house is coffee. Dark roast. Yeah, I like darker coffees too. I prefer, if we want to get really specific, I prefer Indonesian coffees or coffees from the Latin Americas. But like African coffees, I find are typically a little too acidic. But the Indonesian coffees have a nice, earthier, chocolatey tone to them. Not like chocolatey, but you almost get like a richness in it. And I much prefer that, like, especially coffees from Sumatra. But the Latin American coffees are kind of like a nice middle ground between the two. And obviously, preferable is the Arabica beans, not the Robusta beans. Fun fact, too. Typically, the darker a coffee is roasted, the less caffeine there is in it. A lot of people think a darker roast typically has more caffeine, and in general, it's not true. I used to manage a Starbucks, so I know a little bit about coffee. What's this? Oh, I love Jack Nicholson. Fucking John. I mean, how stupid is it? You never know. There could be some Wookiees hanging out in chat who finally appreciate a stream that caters to their needs. What are you talking about, stupid? I wonder how they went about just making the voice a bunch of random noises. Yeah, Triz is with IQON, you guys, over on the edge over there. If you type in my IQON command, there's a link to their website. They do a whole variety of services. ranging from they have an app that's still pretty new that will optimize your PC, and it does a tremendous job at it. It's not like the old days where they would have to have a tech remote into your PC and do it manually, and you'd have to pay basically for like an hour or two of their time, and then, you know, obviously be charged accordingly. Now the app, they've done a really good job at streamlining the process and having the app do it, and for just a small subscription cost, you know, you can have your PC optimized within 5 minutes. And because of that, it's allowed them to dramatically drop the price and focus more on the customer service side of things with their technicians and the more unique issues and cases. They also do PC building. You can buy fully built PCs from them. You could even do like these, they have various steps available too. So if you're just looking in the market of getting a PC, but you want to save some money and build it yourself, you can actually work with them, and they will, you know, they'll make sure that everything you get is compatible. You make sure you're getting exactly what you want for what you need, and they'll even walk you through building it. If maybe, you know what, you're pretty comfortable with it, but you'd like someone there to talk with while you're doing it, they do a whole variety of things. So definitely worth checking out their website and their service.
I used to manage a Starbucks. I know a little bit about coffee.
I figured it's a lot easier for me to say it than you have to sit there and type it all out. To me, renting a PC is like leasing a car. You own the car, but not really, but kinda. I definitely don't think it's... I don't think it's a bad service to have. I think it really just depends on the user. There are some people who have a lot of extra money in their pockets and they want to stay up to date, and they don't want to have to, whenever they have issues or anything, deal with any of that nonsense. And I completely understand that type of person wanting to do a service like that. But I think for most people, most of us are at least a little bit savvy enough that we kind of want our own PC fate in our own hands. But there's definitely some questionable practices happening within the space. Yeah. That was literally the comparison I first made. I think there's definitely... I think for one, it points to an issue in the market, or a reality in the market, not necessarily an issue. It's just that PCs in general are getting more and more and more expensive, right? And people can't afford to buy a brand new PC right off the hop. So maybe something more linear to leasing a car, and a PC, right, in that regard, it makes more sense to them. And then they don't have to deal with all the issues either, right? If there's an issue, they just send it back to their dealership and voila, right? And let them handle it. There's some people who don't have the time too. They're too busy working. They don't want to have to come home and try to troubleshoot that shit or take it down to a tech shop. Maybe they can just take it to somewhere and get a loaner in the meantime, because that's typically what leasing will do too, right? If there's an issue and they need to have the vehicle for a time, they'll get you a loaner temporarily. Things like that, right? And it kind of makes sense because of how expensive PCs are getting. But definitely it feels like there are people taking advantage of the market that's being created here and doing some questionable practices. Yeah. I remember when spending $1,000 felt like a lot of money for a GPU. Now a fucking 5090 is... Here in Canada, it's like $5 grand after tax. Like, holy fuck. Yeah, and that's assuming you could even get your hands on it, right? Like, I say $5,000, but good luck finding one. Yeah, the 6K combo deals here are for 5080s. But that's also Canadian dollars. Right? That's why I just really want, I really want AMD to put some pressure in the market, or Intel. Maybe the next generation of Intel cards will. I mean, the Intel cards have already come a very long way in a short period of time. They still have a lot of ground to make up, but if they continue the way they do. But I don't have any faith with Intel if, like, let's say they do end up properly competing in the market and maybe even, say, overtake NVIDIA, hypothetically. Like, we all know how Intel is when they have the advantage. Just look at processors, right? So I don't think Intel's our savior either. But competition is just something we need in all markets. Competition drives innovation or drives affordability. The consumer benefits. Who's that up there? Someone's peeping on me up there. Deadeye trying to shoot me with rockets. Fucking Norelio streaming. Last time I saw this happening was Norelio up there trying to shoot me with some rockets. It's a shy. Oh, even worse. Oh my goodness. I see you. I see you up there peeking at me. I'm about to catch a boomerang to the dome. I knew it! I knew it, you son of a bitch! Watch this. Sucker! Now I know who you are! My keyboard not working. There we go. I won't spend over $1,500 for a PC build. Just kidding. Guess you're never getting a new PC. Goddamn. I don't see this getting any better. Maybe. I can't even imagine if you bought a PC for 1.2K, even just a year and a half ago. I can't imagine you got anything good. Like, even if you were to get a 5800 X3D, which is a very good processor for its price, between the motherboard and the memory, the case, the power supply, you have like almost no room left for a video card there. $1.2K should have gotten you a 7600 X3D and a 4070 Super here not long ago. Yeah, just those, but he's talking about a whole build. You still have memory, hard drive, motherboard, power supply, case, like individually those things aren't expensive, but they add up. Rank 1 Sage gameplay, let's go. I need Pinks to hop in chat. I know he's buddies with Kirby. I gotta find out what's going on there, because that is weird. I don't know why he would do that. Don't forget the monitor. Well, most people have a monitor. You don't need to upgrade your monitor every time you rebuild your PC. Monitors have some serious longevity to them. When most people talk about their PC too, like it's like you're not replacing your mouse every time you buy a new PC, right? You're not replacing your keyboard every time you build a new PC. I feel like monitor falls into that category. I mean, it definitely does, right? When almost every site, it's listed under peripherals. He played every game that Alt F4'd, so he didn't end anyone's points but his. Huh. So, he left before the game was decided, so he would get the leaving penalty. An ethical inter. I respect it. I was gonna say, because like he was reasonably up there, right? He was like at like 2400-ish before when the day started, so like that would have pissed people off. You get queued with him and he just leaves. That's definitely a good way to do it. Then you don't piss a ton of people off, because that would have pissed people off. In the last few days of the season, some people like this shit matters a lot to them. I've had a couple people already reach out to me and be like, hey, you should try to get the statue. I'm like, I don't care about the statue. Who cares? It'll be there for a few months and then it'll be gone. It doesn't mean anything. And it especially doesn't mean anything if the one sage who was actually trying to get it and was very clearly going to get it decided to just that he didn't want it. At this point, unless you manage to climb up as a sage higher than 2400 where Curvy was, then you're getting a participation statue. I don't want no stinking participation statue. I'm gonna play my one participation game. Maybe if I win, I'll play another. Maybe I'll play till I lose. But I mean, I don't care about the statue at all. I don't care about trying to call myself rank 1 sage. I don't think having that statue there, especially if the one sage that was actually going to get it decided to throw the points, it's very clear that even if I had the statue there, that doesn't make me the rank 1 sage. The participation statue at this point. So I'm gonna stick to my get my Twilight rewards. None of his replays are on there. Well, one thing I did notice is some of them are, right? But I don't know if they're from last night. Maybe they were from the night before. But there were some games that he clearly did int. Where is he again? There we go. Like this. So like he clearly, there was somebody here he wanted to send a message to, and then there was another one. That's the thing though, is he would have been top 10 for a long time. Oh, here it is. So like I was trying to see like what is in common between this game and this game. And the only thing I could think of is maybe he has beef with Digital, because I know Technique and Arborist are both Digi, right? Isn't Arborist Digi? I'm pretty sure he is. So maybe he has beef with Digi? But I didn't see any others. But yeah, like he was ranked 2400 multi, and he purposely lost himself so many points that he dropped right off the board. But he would have had to lose, if he was 2,400 and he's losing 35 points a game, he would have had to lose like 20, probably at least 20 games before he dropped out of the top 10. Because that's like almost an 800 point difference. Actually, I guess it was about a 700 point difference. So 35 points a game, he would have had to lose 20 of those games first before he dropped out of the top 10. So, I don't know. Like I said, I know Pink's is buddies with him. I'm curious if he knows, or if it's some I don't know. It just seems odd. Why would you do that last few days? But like I said, unless like if I really wanted to go for it, if to genuinely feel like I earned it, I'd have to be above 2,400 to feel like I earned it. Just having the statue because the person who actually worked for it decided he didn't want it just makes it a participation statue. Oh, Pinks knows it's Kirby. You can hear the way he talks. They were being coy about it at first, but yeah, it was 100%. They were pretending like they didn't know if it was Curvy up until probably the last 2 weeks, and then Weasley, aka Curvy, started joining comms in games. Yeah. Oh, Pinks was having a rough night last night. I was tuning in and watching him for a while there, and he had like 6 or 7 losses in a row. But it looks like he was like, I should have just stopped, and it seemed like he was ready to stop. And then I guess all of a sudden he just went on a streak and he climbed back up. He was getting terrorized for a little bit there by people greeting their V and then dying without Ving. Hey, good morning, Valkia. How you doing? Down to the wire though, right? There's like what, 4 days? Four days? Wait, what day is it today? Sunday night, Monday night, Tuesday night, and then Wednesday night. So yeah, 4 more nights of games left. So getting down to the wire. Is that the same Shy? Why does that look like a different Shy? That Gilly has died different. Or maybe it isn't. Wait, now it looks fine. I'm just crazy, I guess. Oh, you wonder if I could blow you up? I mean, I'm in PvE. I could try if you want, but obviously my damage is really dampened in PvE. I don't know if you can hear me. I just assume that people are tuning in when they're nearby, chatting. I'm so lazy. I hate typing. I hate typing so much. I need like a speech to text in game I can use. Alright, let's see. Hit him with the PvE combo. Wait for my cooldowns, and we'll hit him with the grab. Oh, boom, 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 boom. Oh my god, he's so fucking tanky! So strong. Pwn on a Shy? No, that's not Pwn. I don't think Pwn would ever be caught dead on a Shy. I kind of respect it. Shies. Ugh. Actual subhumans. Demi-human damage should work against Shies. Just saying. You tuned in after you found me? You're pestering rotations? Yeah. I saw immediately, I was like, oh, there's a white dot on that rock. I wonder who it was. And I originally thought maybe it was Novelio, because he spent one day sitting up on the rock trying to just fuck with me with rockets. But then I saw it was a Shy. I was like, oh, okay, well, that's interesting. I was like, just wait, you guys. I bet you I'd get clocked by a boomerang. Sure enough, not even 10 seconds later, I see the little ping. Yeah. Well, they changed it anyways. You can't lose crystals if you die to mobs if somebody attacked you recently. So even if you did stun me and I died, I wouldn't lose crystals. It would just count as you killing me. Although that does remind me, I do need to make sure I don't die to mobs because I killed Pinks yesterday on his ult after I power leveled him to 60. And I forgot I wasn't on Arsha, so I lost like 140k karma. So if I die right now, I damn near guaranteed I lose a crystal. Worth? Shut up. No, it isn't. That's it. I swear, you're all here just preying on my downfall. No. So the way it works is if you are full karma, then there's a chance you lose a crystal, but not a guarantee. If you are not max karma, then you're guaranteed, unless your costume saves you, because your costume can save you no matter what, but there's also just your karma affecting it. So if you're not 100 karma, unless your costume saves you, you're guaranteed to lose 1 crystal, but you can lose 2. And if you're negative karma, it's guaranteed lose 2 with a chance to lose more. And I think if you're completely max negative karma, it's like a guaranteed 4 crystals lost. It's something like that. It's not like an all or nothing, it's like a tiered system. What if you carry 4 fish? Then you lose fish and crystals. I don't think the fish protect crystals. Although I haven't looked into it that deeply. You like fish sticks? Oh my goodness, I should get some fish sticks. I haven't had fish sticks in a hot minute, and I bet they're fantastic in the air fryer. I hate baking fish sticks because it feels like one side ends up soggy and then the other side is burnt. And then if you try to get them both done properly, then like it's overcooked, the fish stick. I bet the air fryer does it perfectly. I should actually hit the grocery store tonight. I feel like some salmon or some halibut. Air fryer steak? I don't know about that. I can't imagine when it comes to steak, the steak is ever going to outperform a grill. Or even just like a well-prepared cast iron pan. Longer forms? Oh, it's definitely not longer. I guarantee you I can make a steak quicker in a cast iron pan or on a grill than the air fryer. Seared steak on the stove, then finished in the air fryer. I guess it really depends on how much you like the doneness of the steak. To me, the sear is enough. I don't care if the heart's still pumping in it, as long as there's a sear on the outside and it's properly seasoned. In fact, the ideal way to eat steak is probably just take a blowtorch to the ass of a cow, put some salt on it, and bite it. Oh, we need to go refresh our health buffs. Kill us back and then we'll go. Jacket potatoes. What is a jacket potato? That sounds like a fancy way to say twice baked potatoes. A jacket potato is just a baked potato? Oh, okay. Yeah. My favorite way so far to do potatoes in the air fryer is I actually chop them up like home fries. Just a little bit of olive oil, salt, and pepper. And I put them in there, mostly cook them. Then I make like a little paprika, garlic powder, black pepper, salt mixture. And then when I pull them out of the air fryer, I just toss them in that. And then I put some piri piri sauce on top too. Oh my goodness, it's so fucking good. Maybe some finely diced up spring onions too, some scallions on top if you want to make it look fancy. Yeah, my three favorite oils are olive oil, sesame oil, and peanut oil. I'm not a fan of like canola oil and your standard vegetable oils. Engine lubricant. Pork gyozas in my rice cooker, topping that with chili oil, sesame oil, and soy sauce. Oh, great. I have some nice chili oil too. Chili oil, sesame oil. I'll do that. I'll just make instant ramen too, right? Like just a little 99-cent packet. I will literally, while I'm doing that, so I'll start my soft-boiled egg, right? So I'll get my water boiling. As soon as the water's boiling, I put it in there, set a timer for 6.5 minutes. And then as soon as the 6.5 minutes is up, I'll put it in a little ice bath. Or just keep it in the pan and just like let the water run cold water over it. And for a few more minutes. And it makes like a perfectly soft-boiled egg every time. But while that egg is going, I'll make the noodles. I'll chop up some green onions, thinly slice some peppers. Some, also in the pot where I'm making the noodles, I'll put some hot sauce, just a couple drops, something to give it a little bit of a spice, unless it's already a spicy instant ramen. But yeah, I'll put like bean sprouts, sliced onions, green onions, spring onions, red peppers, and then I'll just sprinkle a little bit of sesame oil on top and some sesame seeds. Put it all together in the bowl. Oh my god, it's so good. Yeah, I'm too lazy to marinate my eggs, though. I've done it. It just feels like a whole lot of work. I feel like the extra seasoning that the marinated egg brings, I just do it the lazy way, and I just add that seasoning to the bowl. I think I know what I'm having for lunch now. I just don't know if I don't think I have any bean sprouts right now. But I'm pretty sure I have everything else I just mentioned. Maybe I'll make it and I'll show you guys my little bowl. Like I said, in the amount of time it takes to make a soft-boiled egg, I do all that other stuff. It's super easy. The soft-boiled egg takes in total 10 minutes plus the time it takes to get the water boiling. Birria tacos. I don't even know what birria is. Making some gyoza sounds good too. I have some of those. Maybe I'll make those for lunch instead. I don't actually use a rice cooker though. I make rice myself. How I typically make my gyoza dumplings is I'll take my pan, I'll put some oil in it and some water, and then I put the gyozas in there, cover it. Then the water steams up the gyozas and then evaporates out. Pull off the lid. The rest of the water evaporates, and then that little bit of oil is left remaining, and it gets the bottoms nice and crispy, but the tops are nice and soft. Ooh, so good. And then sprinkle them with a little bit of chili oil or sesame oil or whatever. Maybe I make myself a little bowl of ramen and some gyozas. I don't know if I'm capable of that much multitasking. That might add another 5 minutes. Yeah, GM buffs are unnecessary when we have a drop event like this. I'm capped for drop rate anyways. Well, I don't have a rice cooker, right? I make my own rice. I've made my own rice. So when I was younger, when I was a teenager, I loved rice. I still love rice. I've always loved rice. And I would legit, instead of go upstairs and grab like a bag of potato chips or something like that, I would literally just make a bunch of rice and just eat plain rice with maybe a little bit of butter mixed in, some salt, pepper, or maybe some green onions sliced on top. I've always just loved rice. So over like literally decades of just making rice all the time, I feel like I'm naturally good at just making it in a pot. I feel like the rice cooker is just another utensil that I now need to find storage for and clean. And sure, maybe it makes the process a little more convenient, but I just feel like I'm naturally good at it. So why have another tool that has to sit on my counter or under my counter? Yeah. That's the thing too, like every time there's something new and cool, and usually it's my wife pointing it out. She'd be like, "Oh, that would make things easier." I'm like, "Okay, but does it really?" Like a garlic smasher, right? You know those things. I'm like, "Does that make things easier?" I'm like, "If you factor in the extra time that you now have to spend cleaning out all those little holes that you're pressing the garlic through, are you really saving time?" For me, the answer is no. I can chop up garlic really fine and then mash it with the edge of the blade really quickly. That a garlic masher, once you factor in the time of cleaning that shit versus cleaning the knife, yeah. It's not any time savings. And now it's just another tool sitting in my drawer, stopping it from opening. Air fryers are fun. Air fryer was something I wanted to get for a long time, and the first air fryer I got was really shit because I guess it was brand new. Like I want to say the technology, not that they're technically fryers, they're really just convection ovens, but the first one I got was really shitty. I didn't know enough about it, and it kind of put a bad taste in my mouth. But there was a nice Ninja one on sale, just like maybe 6 months ago now. And yeah, I got that, and man, that one really made me fall in love with it. I'm kind of sad I didn't have one sooner now. Yeah, exactly. Life's caption. That's how I feel, right? Yeah, I really like one. I really like my Ninja air fryer. Really like it. I wish the basket was a little bit bigger. The one that I got wasn't their biggest version, but it was a reasonable size. And if I have like a small chicken, I can fit a whole chicken in there, but if it's like a larger chicken, I can't fit it in there. So I wish, like I said, I wish I had just a slightly bigger one, so I could fit basically any whole chickens in there. But I told my wife this is the perfect size one anyways, because our stove is reaching the end of its life, and it's only going to be a matter of time before I need to just go out and buy a new stove. So I told my wife I'm just going to buy like a nice big convection stove, a new stove with a proper convection oven, and then if I ever need to do something big like that, then I could just do those in the oven, and then I still have the little air fryer on the side for doing like the sides, like potatoes and stuff. Oh, that's sweet, Kinjar. Oh, my villa? Oh, thank you. Yeah, Kinjara was the one that was really twisting my arm about the air fryer. Not really, but every time we'd have a conversation, he'd talk about doing this or that in his air fryer, and I was like, fuck, I really should just get it one. And yeah, I love it. It is actually one tool that I use all the time. That it definitely is worth the countertop real estate that it takes up. Like when I work from home, right? I'm obviously doing this, and when I want to go upstairs and make lunch, and I want to make myself like some bacon and eggs and some toast, it's really nice to just take a couple slices of bacon and throw it in the air fryer while I'm making my eggs, and it's all ready at the same time. Instead of having to, you know, cook the bacon in a pan. You're obviously not going to heat up a whole oven for bacon. You know, you could microwave bacon if done properly is decent, but it's still, you know, you're still compromising. Also, it's really good at taking some microwave things that you make in the microwave to the next level. Like a pizza pocket, right? You throw them in the microwave and you end up with some hot spots and some cold spots. The outside is soft because they're typically better if you bake them. Then you get a nice crunchy, flaky outside. Well, you do the little microwave into the air fryer combo, right? You stick it in the microwave, get it hot on the inside, but then do the last minute and a half in the air fryer to get the outside nice and crispy. And you have a properly heated pizza pocket with a nice crispy outside in, you know, significantly less time than trying to do the whole thing in the oven. Corn dogs, too, same thing. Like, there's just some things that, man, the air fryer is perfect for. Yeah, I made my homemade KFC chicken wings in the air fryer, and they're fantastic. Nice crispy outside, that nice KFC taste. In fact, I made so much of the batter, I actually have like a large spice container that I had some homemade Jamaican jerk in. I had 2 containers, and I ended up combining the 2 containers, and then I made a whole bunch of my homemade KFC stuff and seasoning, and then just filled up one of those containers. So now I have one of those containers about 2/3 full, ready to go whenever I want to make my own homemade KFC. And in combination with the air fryer, it turns out better than real KFC every damn time. That hot sauce party? What is a hot sauce party? You have a bunch of people come over and they all bring a hot sauce? The question is, if that's the case, then who's hosting the day after party? Because they're going to need to stock up on toilet paper. 25 sauces, we're just seeing how high we could go before bitching out. Oh, that's fun. You got to 1 million? Oh my goodness. Yeah, for me, it's the, if I eat like a really spicy meal, I don't sleep well that night. So I typically don't like doing that. I like just enough spice to put a tingle in my mouth, but not enough to put a tingle in my ass, you know? I actually absolutely love wasabi. For even though like 99% of it is imitation, it's really just horseradish. But I love like wasabi and horseradish because it opens up your senses, your sinuses. It has a nice spice in your mouth, but obviously not the same spice. But it doesn't burn your ass the next day. Internal bleeding? I feel like you shouldn't get internal bleeding from a hot sauce unless you already have like a pre-existing condition like ulcers or something like that. I mean, I'm not a doctor, but I feel like that's probably the case. Maybe the person was just wiping too much. Yeah. Kind of like when you're blowing your nose, right? And you're sick and you got a runny nose and you keep blowing your nose, blowing your nose, blowing your nose, and then eventually your nose is like super red because it's irritated from all the times you're rubbing it with the tissue paper. Yeah, but I think the waivers are for like if you have specific conditions, right? Pre-existing conditions, not because the hot sauce itself is going to cause an issue, but it's going to exacerbate. I feel like I'm not saying that right. A pre-existing issue. And they don't want you suing them because of that. That's why those lovely aloe wipes are probably great to have on deck. That's probably the perfect time to have a bidet, to be honest. No wiping at all. Just hose your ass down. Probably another thing. I've never used one, but I've heard people say that you know, it's just the way. It's life-changing. That's gonna be on my tombstone or in my obituary. There were two things that changed my life that I wish I'd done sooner in my life. One, got an air fryer. Two, got a bidet. Let this be a lesson to everybody who comes after me. Yeah, I think you just pat it dry with like a towel though, right? You don't use toilet paper. Because if it's sufficiently cleaning your ass, then you're just drying off water, but yeah, just don't go drying your face with it after. You don't want to end up with pink eye. You use the 3 shells? I should watch that movie with the kids tonight. Demolition Man, right? I haven't seen that movie in so long. I love that movie. My thoughts on the hardcore server, dead on arrival or not? I don't think it'll be dead on arrival, but the way it's currently being implemented, assuming nothing changes, I don't suspect that it's going to have longevity. I think the first couple weeks, there'll be a bunch of people doing it, just trying to, because it's new, right? People need to learn that because something's new, it doesn't mean it's good. Sometimes things are just exciting because they're new. But once that novelty of it being new wears off, it's no longer exciting. Yeah. I think it's I think it has some problems that it's destined to have. For one, it's obviously something that's going to be specifically more interesting to the PvE player or PvP player base, right? Most people who are excited about the hardcore server are excited about it from a PvP perspective, not a PvE perspective. And the PvP player base is already a small portion of our total player base. So you're already making a game mode that is more exciting to already a small demographic within the game. On top of that, you've now even limited that further by making it only 4 classes. There's a lot of people in this game that aren't willing to play Warrior, Ranger, Sorc, or Zerker. They want to play their class, right? So now you've limited once again an already limited player base. And now, on top of that, you choose when you want to play on there, but you only get like 2 hours, right? To try to get as many points as you can. Which means that your best time to earn points is probably during the degen hours when there's less people on there. So people will probably just queue up or go on there when there's less people on there. So they don't have to worry about someone running and trying to take their points, right? So it's like all of these things that are just like spreading out the people participating in it and limiting the people who are going to be willing to participate in it. Unless they have some type of insane rewards that make it so PvEers want to go on there just to try to farm for the 2 hours, farm mobs for 2 hours because the rewards are worth it, I can't imagine it having any longevity. It's not going to be fun if you're somebody who wants to PvP and you go on the hardcore server to PvP and then you spend the whole time running around and can't find anybody because you just happen to choose a 2-hour window when there's nobody in there. It's just going to be Zerks? Not necessarily. It depends on what the gear looks like in there, what the gear level looks like. If people are reasonably squishy, I think all 3 classes could do fine. If everybody's able to be one comboed. I just don't understand why they would want to make it just 4 classes, though. It seems lazy to me. It seems like they didn't want to fully finish it, and they're just shipping it out quicker. I feel like that decision is going to hurt the game mode more than it's going to help it. And I feel like something like that needs to have a good launch if they want the best success for it, not a half-ass launch. If it puts a bad taste in people's mouths, even if they do improve it later, they might get less participation because of it. I also think naming it hardcore is extremely detrimental to its success. Because we all know what hardcore means within the gaming context, right? We've seen many games with hardcore modes, and there's always a very specific way that they are run, right? And this is by no means anywhere close to that. So I don't know why they would call this hardcore. All it's going to do is people who maybe hear, oh, BDO's getting a hardcore mode, cool. And then they come to BDO and they're like, what is this shit? They're going to feel deceived. They should have just called it something completely separate. They shouldn't have called it hardcore. Because I don't think there's anything wrong with the mode. Aside from the limitations that we mentioned. Otherwise, I think it's kind of cool. But calling it hardcore is... it's going to definitely ruffle some feathers. It's not going to do it any justice. Shadow Arena Remastered? No, it's definitely different than that. Definitely different than a typical battle royale. I mean, there is a little bit of overlap here and there, right? But I mean, if you're going to be that generous with the overlap, then you could say that League of Legends and BDO are similar games because they have RPG elements, right? There's a lot of different genres of games that have some elements that cross over. Literal clones. I don't think you understand what literal means. If you want to say it's cloned from anything, it's actually, if you take a look at Black Desert Mobile, I can't remember the name of the mode, but they basically have this exact game mode in there. They're basically just porting it over to PC. They call it like Night of the Twilight or something on there. I think it has potential. It's just some of these decisions that they're making with the initial launch are not going to do them any justice. It's definitely not going to help them. I like the concept that you got to extract. I like that, you know, if you die, you're not immediately kicked out. That you just lose a portion of your points and they gain a portion of your points. Similar to the RBF style, like the Castle Ruins RBF. I like how it's gonna, you know, randomly an event might start if there's two people in the same area where they have to fight each other to the death. I think there's definitely some really cool things about it. Obviously, the people who are in there to earn points through PvP are going to be camping the extraction areas, where the people who are just trying to get a quick little one are probably going to, you know, just go run around, try to farm mobs, and then quickly sneak out. But it isn't out yet, right? And it's not even on global, so they might make more changes. They could continue to improve upon it. I'm not completely pessimistic about it either. I like PA trying new things. But you can't really camp too, because there's too many people in an area grouping. You just trigger duels to the death. Well, once again, if you're in there just for the PvP, you'd want that, right? You want people who are locked in a fight with you. If you're the PvEer, then you don't. Sunday stream? Yeah. I wonder how that's going to work too, right? Like, is it going to throw you both and kind of like all of a sudden you both go into like this Marnie instance that continuously shrinks and nobody can leave until one person dies? Imagine if that bugs out and you just can't leave, even though the other person isn't in there. Yeah, and who knows how often those trigger too, right? They could trigger often. They could be super rare. Oh, the Adventure Oasis was this weekend? Oh, hell yeah. Did they give you guys anything cool? Did Mr. What's the new guy's name? Not Jim, Jay, I can't remember the new guy's name. um Open soon? I think, yeah, maybe in like an hour or so.
No one but the new COO of PONA was there.
Wansu, that's his name. That's what I meant to ask. Is Wansu there? I knew it started with a W, but I kept wanting to say Wusa. I'm like, that's obviously not his name. Oh, wait, you said no Wansu, but the new COO of PA North America was there. Gotcha. You got a sweet hoodie and some small throw blankets that look like Deadeye's poncho? Oh, I'm fucking jealous. That sounds sick. What do the hoodies look like? Is there like Deadeye theme or something on them? Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh, tomorrow's the 9th anniversary, eh, chat? The NA 9th anniversary. I feel like going to make myself some lunch right now. A little bit of an early lunch. By the time I'm done making it and I sit down eating, it'll be 11:30. Not that much early. Who knows? Maybe when I get back, the pig cave will be open. Why close the pig cave? Because it closes when somebody gets the jackpot. I will be right back. Oh, fuck me running. Oh, god damn, that feels good. Yeah, I think it's a noodle night. Did my camera just like zoom in and zoom out? What the hell? Is it? No, I was gonna say I turned off those features because I got sick and tired of me talking with my hands and then the camera starts fucking going crazy. BRB.
Check this out. Check this out. Check this out. Hey, look at this. Hey, look at this.
I am back. Is this one of those AFK drop streams I've been hearing about? Shut up. I just went to go make lunch, you cocksuckers. I'm entitled to a lunch break. Speaking of lunch, though, look at this. I got the proof. I decided to go with the pot stickers. So, got a little bowl. I have a little bowl with some type of sauce. I don't even know what type of sauce is on there. But look at the bottom of the pot stickers. Let's see if hopefully I got a good one here. The hell? Okay, these new chopsticks my wife bought are fucking awful. Jesus, are they slicked? These things fucking suck. Oh my goodness. Look at the bottom of that. Ooh, nice and crispy. A little bit of chili oil. Delicious. These things are like coated in like a wax or something. I'm normally quite good with chopsticks, but these things suck. And my wife and kids bought them for themselves, and they suck with chopsticks. They are gonna hate these things. So good though. So good. Fat? What the fuck? You call me fat for? Maybe I'm a little bit big. I think all in all, though, I'm not too bad. 6 feet tall, 200 pounds. I could probably shave off 10, 20 pounds. Actually, better yet, instead of shaving off some weight, maybe I just make myself taller. Maybe I get one of those contraptions where you hang by your feet, and I just sleep in that overnight. And it'll stretch me out. And then I'll be 6'2". Trep came to me in a wagon? I think he might be confusing him with someone else. I don't think Trep's ever been in a wagon in his whole goddamn life. I don't think Trep was in a wagon, though. I honestly don't think Trep has the patience to ride a wagon anywhere. Might have been someone else. This was a good idea, doing the gyozas. It actually took more time, though, than it would have to make ramen with, like, a soft-boiled egg. But it was a lot less hands-on. Pinks, what's going on with Curvy? I was had a bunch of DMs this morning. Oh my god, what's going on? You could be the you could have the sage statue. I'm like, no, thank you. At this point now, it's just a participation award. The guy who actually worked for it and deserved it decided he doesn't want it. So now, unless some other sage climbs up to where Curvy was, at this point, it's a participation award. Yeah. Apparently. The fuck? I clicked that, didn't I? There we go. He was at 2,400. And he dropped himself all the way out. And from what I understand is, well, he obviously cares enough to drop out. Like, he earned it. So I don't know why he wouldn't take it. And that's not going to make anybody play the season. That's not going to... Like, I have no interest in trying to race for a participation award at this point. Like, people are like, oh my god, just get some wins and you can get it. I'm like, I don't care. It's a statue that's going to get deleted. And the one guy who actually worked for it doesn't want it. At this point, it's a participation award. Who cares? But it's still weird that he would do that. And from what I understand, he did it ethically too. What he did was, and like I said, I've been waiting for you to come by to give confirmation on any of this. was that he would play the match, and then just before you get credited, yeah, he leaves at the end. So this way, his teammates still, win or lose their points normally as if the match was played normally, but he's able to drop his score, which is, I never even considered that. If you ever want to drop elo, that's the best way to do it, because then you're not hard fucking your teammates. That's smart. That's a good way to do it. Because at first, when I saw that, I was like, wait, did he just fucking int his teammates? And I was like, that's kind of fucked up to do to people who are actually trying to climb. But when I heard he did that, I was like, oh, okay, actually, that's the good way to do it. I imagine, though, that there are sages that are going to look at that and be like, oh, hell yeah. But, once again, even that, like, what does that accomplish? It's not like it makes a statement or anything. Maybe the only logical explanation I could think of is he was just curious if people would do a last-minute scramble if they felt like it was obtainable. Like, I could see some of these other sages that are close to me that have actually been playing all of a sudden look at that as an opportunity, right? So... But that's the thing, though, is the gold doesn't matter if you don't earn it. To me, that doesn't make sense, because in order for something like that to matter, you have to earn it. And if the only reason why you got it is because the person who actually earned it decided they don't want it, then you didn't earn it. It's a participation award, then. Maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just how I think. I've always been the type of person that hates participation awards, so... Yeah, maybe the other guys will feel more interested in it, but not me. That actually makes me less interested in it, to be honest. Unless I could climb above where he was. Well, there's a difference between somebody working hard and earning it and deciding they don't want it and just handing it to the person next to them, and someone not playing entirely. To act like those two things are the same thing is obnoxious. The way it works is you get third, then you put rank 1 in your stream title for 2 years. Wait a minute. Yeah, I mean, if people don't play, then they don't play, right? But if people play, and then they hand it to the next person. Oh. I said, I'll play my last game and I'll play till I lose. I just need one more maintenance game on Monday, tomorrow night, and I'll play till I lose. If I win, I'll play another. If I win, I'll play another. If I win, I'll play another. And then as soon as I lose, that's it. Let's just hope I don't have another land jock in my group. Huh. It's raining boomerangs. Can Pigpen open already? I know, that's what I'm talking about. Who cares about Solaire closing? When's that Pigpen opening? Would you be able to leech again? Oh yeah, absolutely. There's just an evil devil of a creature up here. Wait, why would you need another leech, though? Didn't you already hit 60? Isn't that all you needed? Ooh, that lucky touch from the Shy got me a Limbo Seal. Yeah, it closed pretty quick last night. It's been down for approximately 10 hours now. So it'll probably open in about 2 hours. It seems... I don't know if it's opened up in anything less than 12 hours yet. Let's see. We can actually look. So 4 p.m. It closed that one day, and then it opened up at 8 a.m. the next day. That's over 12 hours. Then it closed at 2 p.m. and opened at 4 p.m. 4 a.m. That's 14 hours. Then it closed at 9 a.m. Opened up at midnight. That's 15 hours. Before that, it closed at 3 p.m. Opened at 9 a.m. That's 18 hours. And then the one sample before that is it closed at 3 p.m. and opened at 3 a.m. Which was... Actually, it looks like a... Oh no. Just under 13 hours. So yeah, we haven't seen it open up in anything less than around 12 hours. I'm on Arsha right now. So considering it closed 10 hours ago, that means I think it's safe to assume we have at least 2 hours until it opens again. So far, that's what the data would suggest. Anywhere between 2 to 16, or sorry, 2 to 6 hours. Man, that boomerang has some range. Instead of boomerang, call it boomerange. Oh, where's my camera at? There it is. Need a TP? Okay. I must warn you, there's a very menacing Shy nearby. Damn, 2 limbo seals. That shy touch is paying off. Shy's giving me more homework. Cut that shit out. Good old Misty Haze. Oh, I completely forgot to go get guild buff. Fuck. Oh well. How about a flame? Something that doesn't require more work for the money. Heck. Oh my goodness, I'm so strong! You should just make Awakened Sage naturally this fast. And give us Tiger Blade. Reset should just be a better Tiger Blade. Mr. Diggs is out here. Watch out! Watch out! There's an evil striker! He's got you! No! This is a mixed bag of emotions. It's a war target, but it's also a shy that he's taking down. You scared him off? I don't think it was you. I think he saw me. The last time he came out here, we had a dance off, and I showed him the 7 different dances, or how many do I have? 6. I don't think he was ready for that dancing smoke again. Although he did master that one dance, I will say that. I have a feeling that Family Guy might be looking for Deegs. Or just coming back from being found by Deegs, one or the other. I get more XP in one day here than I probably get in a whole month. of the pig pen. That is unreal. And now the pig pen's about to be open 24/7. I'm about to get no XP. Oh my goodness, they died so fast. I hope they do something about the XP there. That has to be a mistake. How low it is. What's going on out here? I feel like an old man walking a really vicious dog. Somebody comes by and all of a sudden this little shy goes running at him. And then they run off. They're like, oh shit, goddamn. Goddamn old man, put your dog on a leash! Dead? Yeah, I mean, it was kind of already dead. I guess not really, but kind of. I mean, if you have the gear to do Dokkaebi, you probably have the gear to do Pig King, right? And the only reason to go to Dokkaebi is for the essences. And the pig area is obviously better. So, yeah. There was obviously very little reasons to go Dokkaebi, but there will certainly be none afterwards. Need 900 gear score. And multi-melter's permission. I just realized, I wonder if these guys are looting. They're taking my loot! Actually, I haven't been paying attention. Yeah. That's how bad. That's how down bad Sage is. We need a shy, and we still can't overclear 2 packs. SMH my head. Bob Sage. What's up, Josh? Yeah, I have no house buff. my burial plot yet? Yeah, the kid's gonna be with your mother. We're gonna get buried together. So, not only was she boned in life, but also the afterlife. Monstrosity. You're so funny, Zephian. Shut up. I could never tell if Multi's being sarcastic or not. And I think he's... You're German, aren't you? Isn't there, like, no such thing as humor there? So, like... Maybe I am funny, and that's just the way you're like... Hey, that was a funny one. And that's like the equivalent of laughing there. Reported for wearing yellow. What's wrong with yellow? There's no such thing as humor. How can I find anything funny? That's a good question. I never said that my my thought process made sense. I'm just trying to figure out the world. We're gonna find the download of Shy DLC in F3. My client must be outdated. Yeah, it's actually a Discord extension. You have to go to the Shy Discord and start giving them head pats, and they love that. But then at the same time, everybody will know you're in the Shy Discord giving them head pat. So it doesn't come without a cost. Really chill day. I'm glad I ate what I did for lunch. I don't know why. I just feel really relaxed now. I love that chili oil. Guess what? Chicken butt. No, what's up? What are we guessing? It was that? Well, I know all about the chicken butts. Never tried making my own. Does he make his chili oil with like a little bit of cocaine? Because that might do it. Taco time? I like taco time. My kids don't like it. My kids like my homemade tacos way better. I'll even ask them. I'll be like, you guys want taco time? They'll be like, no. But can you make tacos? I'm like, it's the whole point of drive-thru. I don't want to fuck cook. I guess so. God damn it. You know what I really like that I haven't had in a long time is a taco pizza. Taco pizza is delicious. It's basically like everything you'd put on a taco, but on a pizza instead. Not where I live. We don't have a Chipotle, but we do have a place, a local place that basically does the exact same thing, and it's actually way better than a Chipotle. Every Chipotle's I've gone to is inferior to this local place. Although, I guess I'm just assuming it's local. I've never seen it anywhere, but it's called guac. And they make their own in-house, like, guacamole and guac sauce and all this stuff. It's fucking amazing. Mexican food is your favorite? I don't know what my favorite type of food is, to be completely honest. I like all types of food. Really just depends on the mood I'm in. And like the season too. Like the season will play a big role. The Chihuahua shies. When I was younger, we had a, it wasn't a purebred Chihuahua, but it definitely had Chihuahua in it. And goddamn, that dog was a fucking terror. No. Dose is a really good class. Thing is that Sage isn't even like the worst class. I don't need my class to be the equivalent to the best classes to be happy. As long as it's not the worst class, I'm happy. Don't get me wrong, I like some buffs, but I don't want it to become the flavor of the month either. I'd rather sit middle of the pack than become flavor of the month. And I gotta deal with a bunch of losers on my class. Get out of here. Stay on your own class. Already a loser on my class? Fucking Divios. You didn't even have to say his name, and I knew exactly who you were talking about. They need to make all classes good and equal in grind? Yeah, that's impossible. That's just as impossible as PvP balance is. They all need to be reasonably close to each other. And I'm fine. I think the best thing to try to aim for... 1 second, I got a sneeze coming. The best thing to aim for is, I don't care how balanced a class is for grinding. I just wish it was proportional to the amount of effort the class took to grind. I don't mind if a class that requires twice as much effort is grinding, you know, maybe not necessarily twice as fast as another, but at least, you know, reasonably faster. What annoys me is when you have some classes that take almost no effort at all that are outgrinding everybody. That's fucking annoying. But like Awaken Nova is probably a perfect example of a class that is, it's not like ridiculously faster than everyone else, but it requires a lot of effort and it's a really good grinder. I'm fine with that. Don't get me wrong, but need to be balanced, but it can't. You're asking for something that is impossible. Well, it's technically not impossible. The way you go about doing it, if you want PvE perfectly balanced, is you make every single class identical. Nobody wants to play that game. Nobody wants to play a game where there's 26 classes, but they're all just reskinned versions of each other. No thank you. Otters or Papoos? Otters, obviously. Papoos are fictional. Otters are real. The thing is, there's too many different qualities to each class that can determine how well or how bad they are at different grind spots. Pack-to-pack mobility, pulling capabilities, combo, burst, AoE, cooldowns, stamina. All of these things will determine how good a class feels at a spot and how bad a class feels at a spot, depending on how that spot is set up. And the only way to isolate all those is to just make sure everybody has an equal amount of everything. And then once again, you've just homogenized all the classes to the point where they're all the reskinned versions of each other, and there's no class identity anymore. And the game becomes boring and dead. You're never going to perfectly balance PvE. You're never going to perfectly balance PvE or PvP. It all just has to be within... AoE is area of effect. So the size, like when you do an ability, how big of an area does it cover? Right? So some areas, the mobs are kind of spread out. So having a big AoE size, you can still hit everything. Where you have a class like Suck Striker, that is like... You're poking at what's directly in front of you and nothing else, right? All these little differences will determine how good your class is at different spots. So, yeah, you're never going to have perfect balance. And to be completely honest, the PvE balance isn't even that bad right now. There's really, and this is the same with PvP, and the problem with BDO players, is most people are always concerned with who's at the top and their class needs to be at the top too. Every single person feels that way. That if their class can't compete with who's at the top, then their class is weak and needs to be buffed. But most classes are within a reasonable margin of error of each other. If you look from the middle outwards, it's just the ones at the extremes that are the problem. There's some classes that obviously grind way too slow and some that are grinding too fast. Those are the ones that need to be adjusted. Suckvalk is definitely one of them. I don't know if Suckdrak is still one of them. I know they just got some PvE buffs and they're doing better. But Suckdrak was definitely one for a while there. Maybe still one. What's Frosty's favorite Kuno spec? That one too. I can never remember if it's Suck or Awakened. I think it's Suck. Who is the Make-A-Wish kid with you today? This is Tears. He was out here bullying me first. Uh-oh. Oh, he's on attack mode. Run! Run! Sorry! Sorry! My dog's a little rabbit, I'm sorry. Is it Awaken Kuno? Oh, maybe it is Awaken, not Suck. Sorry, I really need to get a leash for this dog. It just runs at anybody it sees. Oh, maybe you're referring to Pinks. Pinks is the one actually getting some XP. Maybe he's the Make-A-Wish kid. Yo, Pinks, are you still here? I was watching your games last night and it was demonic. Yeah, like what, 6 or 7 games in a row. Just crashing. And I was like, oh my goodness. This poor man, it's one of those days. People greeting their Vs and dying. But then I woke up this morning and I looked at the rankings and I was like, oh, wait a minute. He fucking bounced back hard. What the hell? Looks like you finished the night with some good games. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Finished with a 4 streak. 25, 48, 38, and 41. God damn. It's so crazy how you can have, like, so many games in a row where it's just miserable. And then all it takes is that one streak to just get it all back so fast. And then some. I think you finished at, like, what, 2650? Or, sorry, started at, like, 2640, 2650-ish? And now you're, like, 2770? The drama content is cooked? Well, that's good. Drama's only fun if somebody's being irrational, and if he's being rational, well, then I guess the fun's over. God damn it, Akari, why are you ruining our fun? This community demands drama! I think it's now your turn, Pinks. I think it's your turn to be irrational. He already manned up and did it once, now it's your turn. Time for you to say some out-of-pocket shit for no reason. Perfect. The content's back. Pinks will be your hero. You know what you need to do? The next time you see Akari, tell him your mother was a hamster and your father smells of elderberries. The drama will be back. It'll be perfect. There'll be no bouncing back from that. What elderberries smell like? I have no idea. Why don't you come smell mine? We'll find out. Sorry. I'm sorry. Don't even type in monstrosity. Actually, I don't even know if I'm older than you, Multi. How old are you? If you don't mind me asking. Only 28? God damn. You were just a boy when this game came out. You thought I was 50? Well, I'm 42 now. Or no, I'm 41, not 42. First thing that goes, the memory, yeah. And then the second is the erection. Thank goodness for that, because at least I will have forgotten all about erections once I can't have erections. It would have been cruel if it were the other way around. Oh, that's right. We're in the presence of a shot, you guys. We gotta keep it age appropriate. The boss of Castle Ruins. That's Alrundi, isn't it? Alrundi's nuts! Is that what you're gonna say? Hey, you guys, my beard is almost back. Told you guys it wouldn't take long. Getting there. Crazy to think that there's some people in chat that when I was 20, they weren't even a twinkle in their father's eye yet. $1943. Yeah. It's 100 dons and a random TED accessory. Oh. What's up, Electrify? How you doing? I have not seen this. Oh, that kid is dropping that food for sure. Yeah. Do I like Pokemon? Not particularly. I don't not like them. I feel like if Pokemon came out like a few years earlier, I probably would have been the perfect age to have fallen in love with them. The red Pokemon that Macargo evolves from. Nope, but I'm sure someone in my chat does. A Pikachu? Shut up. What a dumb joke. You've been waiting your whole life to use that one, haven't you, John? Been waiting your whole damn life. Lugma. Yeah. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of Pokemon fanatics here. Or maybe that's fortunate.
My doctor told me I had a very good prostate. I was deeply touched.
I was about to say, why do I get the feeling like that FPS counter is wrong? Said 20 FPS. Tim's? Ooh, what from Tim's? Did I really jump a shame earlier? Oh, I absolutely do. You'll notice that I usually do it after I do a reset or an absorb or if I get a drop too. Sometimes if I get a drop and my character is cheering, I'll just hold space trying to lightning surge out of it and it just jumps instead. Deep tea and a breakfast sandwich is a deadly combo? Hell yeah, it is. Probably because your microphone isn't set as your default communication or recording device in Windows, would be my guess. If it's not that, then it's something else, and you have to go check that out. But that's the main thing that makes sense to me. Hey, thank you for the shy buffs. I appreciate it. Thank you for the 2 limbos. Well, the pig pen might open in about an hour. 1 to 5 more hours. Oh, shit. It was Wrestling Your Jimmy's. I posted in the meme channel. Let's just say I didn't know the number either. I miss the pig pen. Where's my pig pen at? What's stopping me from tapping it? The fact that I do not need it. It serves me no purpose at all. And if I were to rush it, then I have nothing left to work on.
This message was paid for by Trepex.
So, whenever they give us hammers, I won't have anything to tap those on. If they give more sovereign hammers, as they give us crons, I won't have anything to tap those on. So there's no point opening something that will appreciate in value, just to then be left with stuff that I have no use for or won't appreciate in value, and do all of that for an item that means nothing to me right now. What's up, girl? I'm sure they will. How's my pops? 72, I believe he just turned. Yo, what's up, Zudomeo? Well, telephone's ringing. That's my wife. Nope. It's one of my kids' friends. I ain't bothering. I never ended up getting one yet, no. Something I'll eventually get. It's just I'm not in a hurry, and it seems like the supply isn't going anywhere. I haven't actually paid attention to if the boats dropped at all in price. I don't think they have. Oh, that's right, eh? They were supposed to do some type of fishing thing with your workers. I forgot about that. Is that compared to grinding with the loot scroll or without? I think that's the biggest issue whenever everybody compares everything to grinding. They always compare it to using a loot scroll. And then as soon as you take the loot scroll from it, it actually becomes a lot closer. And I think that's also part of the reason why PA's other changes feel like they fall short, because they're not taking that into consideration. Every time they buff other sources of income, they try to buff it as, like, what would it be compared to grinding without a loot scroll? They need to allow loot scrolls to be used for everything. Can you use a loot scroll? It gives you more parlay. I don't know what that means. Parlay, I'm assuming, is like your ability to negotiate with NPCs. What's up, Darkside Danny? Thank you for the follow. I hope that they continue to buff bartering, though. I always thought bartering was an amazing tool to make sure that a lot of raw materials that your workers collect still have value and are sellable. It's like a really good way to make sure that the worker economy still has value through the bartering. Processing? Oh my goodness. How many essences do I have? Oh, a lot. I have, let's find out. I'll move these in there. I have 583 and 204 origins. Yeah. 50,000 forest furies. What do I need 50,000 forest furies for? We just need Dekia Mirmok and Dekia Gyphon. As soon as they do that, Forest Furies will drop there. As long as they're good spots. Boom. Boom. The market's up. Because it's not like there's a massive demand on that market. It's just there's no supply. It's the Gyphon grinders, and that's it. And so many people have stopped grinding Gyphon. They do it to power level a character, and then they move on, and that's it. So that market will be satisfied very quickly once we get those 2 grind spots, which they did announce a long time ago, or suggest that they were going to add. Well, that's the big guy, I know, right? It's gonna open right when you're getting on. It's perfect for you. It should be opening like anytime in like the next 5 hours, 6 hours. I was taking a look at so on Garmoth they have a section now where you can see when it opened, when it closed, and it seems to be anywhere between 12 to 16 hours, and we're just about to hit the 12-hour mark. Well, I hope it just closes really quickly tonight, and then it's open nice and early in the morning for me tomorrow. What do you think about Choice said about Janae's AFK drops? Oh, it's Puppy Dog, right? So he knows it's wrong, 100%. You can even hear it in his response. But it's his girlfriend, and he's in love. So he probably talked to her and said, hey, you know, you shouldn't be doing that. It's not fair to other people, blah, 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 right? Everything we all know. And she probably said, well, you know, Choice, I'm having Sugar, I'm having some trouble, and, you know, I'm trying to pay rent, and I really want to go on this vacation with you, so, you know, I'm just going to do it for this month. And Choice, I mean, he's in love, right? Of course he's not going to push back on that. She's, you know, she's honeypotting him, so what are you going to do, right? They're in love. What are you going to do? Try to twist his arm and tell him, no, you got to break up with your girlfriend? It's like, that's not going to happen, obviously. But, you know, saying that it's okay basically to step on the backs of others because you're having a hard time, it's like society falls apart if we all start acting like that. Everybody's going through hard times one way or another. And if that's an excuse now to do something that everybody knows is not okay, then, like, society falls apart. If you're having hard times, maybe go out, get a job.
Oh my, how I love me some pork chops.
Jesus, you
Open
always
that
pick the
pig
stupidest
cake for
fucking
me.
time to start yapping. So, yeah, it's just, I mean, it's not okay. This is the second time she did it. The first time it... The first time it put a bad taste in my mouth when she was doing it. Seemed like she was just testing the water and she was pulling a temper tantrum because of her interactions with PA. And then a couple days later, she stopped. Seemed like she recognized that, you know, maybe it wasn't worth the bad press. And, you know, sometimes we all got to make our mistakes, right? So it didn't really bother me. But, you know, now it's like, okay. Now she just doesn't give a fuck. So, what are you going to do? I mean, I won't promote her behavior. I look down upon it. And, you know, I completely understand Choice's take. He's in love. He's blinded by love. I'm not gonna out there. I'm not here to daddy him. I'm not here to daddy her. You know, if they asked for my opinion, I'd give it, but I'm not gonna go slipping in their DMs trying to tell them how they need to live their lives. Someone asked Choice about it, and this was his comment. But, you know, that comment doesn't really fly because, like, she literally at the top of her stream was asking people to give them money so they can go down to the Caribbean and bone each other. How could you be worried about rent and be begging for money to go on vacation to bone at the same time? I don't know. So, I mean, it is what it is. At the end of the day, I'm not going to make a big deal out of it like Blue. I don't like that behavior. I put it more on Janae. I don't hold Choice accountable for it. You know, he's, like I said, he's being honeypotted. He's in love. Like, oh, so many of you guys, you all know people do some funny shit for love. People will look past some serious shit for love. So, I don't hold it against Choice. Choice is a good dude. But yeah, it's just a bad take. We all have them. But yeah. I mean, that's kind of it. It's not a hill I'm going to die on. At the end of the day, it's Twitch's job to enforce their rules and their policies. And it's not PA's. It's not mine. It's not Blue's. It's not saying that people shouldn't make comments about it if they choose that this is a hill that they want to die on. You know, we all got to choose our hills. It's not my hill. So you're not going to catch me making a big stink about it. But yeah, ultimately, Twitch has to make the decision, right? If they don't think that it's appropriate, then they need to do what they want to do. If they do think it's appropriate, then, you know, they won't do anything. Men will do anything when you're with your girlfriend. Once you're married, it's different. Yeah. Once you're married, you gotta be careful. But yeah, I don't, you know. I don't know what... I understand why they're mentioning it to Choice, because Choice has always been that guy in the category that seems like he's always looking out for the little guy, right? He and I have always been on the same page. Even way back in the day when drops were first being introduced to the category, he and I were on the same page that, hey, this has to be an everybody thing, not just a partner thing, because otherwise it makes it impossible for non-partners to climb out from underneath the people with drops, right? And, you know, Choice has always come out as, like, keeping an eye on the little guy, making sure that they're getting their bread, too, their fair share. And this one time, I think there's so much focus on Choice is because it seems like this one time he's allowing there to be an exception because it's his girl, right? But, like I said, he's in love. I ain't gonna, like I said, I'm not gonna slip in his DMs and tell him, oh, you need to talk to your girlfriend. Like, you know how dumb I sound doing that? Not a chance. He's his own man. She's her own woman. They can make their own decisions. Trep would do it? Oh, fuck yeah, Trep would. So, I don't know. I just can't wait for the drama to be over. This drama, I don't know. It seems kind of boring. Because it's just like... nobody getting in a call and hashing it out. Right? I think that would be much more interesting. But instead, it's just like a bunch of people talking behind each other's backs. Publicly. If that makes any sense. I want to see people hop in a call and work it out. I like it when there's a, like, direct conflict. When both people aren't reacting to each other in the past when they're talking to each other in the present. Like, I would have been much more interested last night if, like let's say, Blue got Choice in a call and they talked about it. And you could actually then hear a rational discussion about it, right? I can't imagine it's not annoying for Choice, though. Treb said the most Treb thing ever last night. Where's he hanging out? So I can keep this drama going. Oh, yeah. That shit cracked me up. Blue is also drama farming a bit? Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's not wrong, though, right? Blue's not wrong, but he's definitely leaning into it because, you know, that's his personality. That's his brand. So... Yep. Yeah, exactly right. And we've seen stuff like this happen before, Borkany. Like, take a look at the just chatting section, right? When you would have all those girls with the pools set up in their living rooms and they're sitting there in a bikini. And they were basically taking over the IRL category. Well, Twitch put in a new policy saying, hey, if you want to be at a bathtub or a pool, you need to, well... You need to, at the bare minimum, be wearing a bikini, but you also have to stream within that specific category, right? And then that takes those eyes out of just a broader category, the IRL category, and makes it so, you know, you can still get that type of content if that's what you want, but you got to go to the specific category. But that also allowed Twitch to isolate the advertisers. So if advertisers didn't want to be seen within that category, they were able to opt out of it, right? Which is a great way to handle it. Because it then makes money talk. Broadcasters are streaming for the money, and if now they're forced to go into a category, they can still provide that content. And if they're about that content, then great, nothing changes for them. But if they're about the dineros, the money, right, they're going to follow the money. And if the money's not there, they're not going to go there. It's as simple as that. And it's a great way to handle it. I really commend Twitch's way of handling it. Because I think if they were just trying to do a flat-out ban on that, that would have been just a PR nightmare, right? You would have been seeing so many people claiming victim, oh, this isn't, whatever, right? I don't want to get into it any further than that. You guys know exactly where I'm going with that. But I think it was a really good way for Twitch to handle it. And it seems to a certain degree Twitch tries to handle it with this. I guess there is a little bit more of a gray area to be kind of worked out here. Because when you're AFK, you are supposed to be, like if you're doing a 24-hour stream and you go to sleep, you're supposed to be in the just sleeping category. 2, you're not supposed to have drops enabled. But there is no rule about you saying that there's drops in your title, right? As long as you have drops officially disabled, it doesn't matter if it's in your title, suggesting that you don't. At that point, though, you are defrauding the viewer, right? The viewer, if they're not paying attention, they might go, oh, this person has drops and they're AFK. You know what? I'm going to go in there and go to sleep and then I'll wake up with drops, right? And then they wake up the next morning and then they have no drops. But that's more of the viewer to say, oh, well, what the hell happened there? You got to do your due diligence when you hop in a channel for drops to make sure drops are actually active. And, you know, if you feel like someone's cheating you out of it, that's going to put a bad taste in the mouth of your viewers in the long run. Like, I do my best whenever I'm done streaming, because I know a lot of people use me as just a drop thing when they go to work, right? There's a ton of you that go, hey, I'm on my way to work. I'm going to hop in Zeth's stream. Mr. Old Reliable, I know he's doing his 9 to 3 thing. I'll collect my drops while I'm at work. And then I will make sure when I'm done streaming that I host somebody in the category that I'm pretty confident is also going to stay in the category. So those people collecting drops can still collect drops. Because I know for a lot of you, this is just you getting drops for BDO, right? And if I just imagine what that would mean for me, if for those people, if I started not doing that, like if I ended my stream and I sent you guys over to the just chatting section or something, right? Or some completely different game, and then you come home and you didn't collect any of your drops, you guys would say, okay, well, I'm gonna find a new stream to hang out in while I'm at work, or AFK in while I'm at work, because I obviously can't rely on Zeth to get his drops, right? So I try to make sure that it's reliable in that sense. And I feel like I had another point. Oh, that's right. We were talking about Twitch's enforcement of their policies. So there's the sleeping, there's the keeping the drops off, and I think that's really it, right? After that, I mean, if you don't have drop, if you're doing those things, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with doing like AFK streams. But I guess in regards to BDO, it's a little bit more difficult. Obviously, now if you have something on your screen saying you're sleeping, then that should be easy for Twitch to enforce. But like the people on Twitch, obviously, I'm sure most of them don't know anything about BDO, and if they are getting reports on a channel and then they pop in the channel and they see someone sitting there fishing, if the camera's not on, They can't exactly see if the person's there or not, and they don't know how active or AFK that is. They don't know the game, right? And I think it would be far worse for the platform, and this goes for BDO too, and almost anything. You guys have heard me make this point in the past. I would rather people doing bad things slip through the cracks instead of the enforcement policy being so strict that sometimes innocent people get caught in it. I think the latter is far worse than the former. So I think if you're going to err in one direction, you got to err on lenience than strictness. Anyways, that was a pretty long yap session. Sorry, chat. And also, I want to make it 100% clear. Actually, you know what? I'm not even going to bring it up because I don't even want to plant the seed in your mind. But, so, disregard that thought I was about to make. I hate, by the way, how some of you guys know when I'm going to go into a serious yap session, and then you guys start fucking around with the goddamn toys. Why can't you just sit and listen, little Timmy? Stop fucking playing with that squeaky toy. I'll turn them back on right now.
Shut up, bitch!
What's better than this? Guys being dudes.
Yeah. Yep. Sometimes I think, you know what? Maybe I should make it more expensive. Sometimes, maybe I should make it more expensive.
Just do it!
Just add a 0 to every single redemption.
My fucking head hurt when I realized how stupid I
Ich blagger, 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 blom, 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 beam, 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 spiggity bomb, spiggity bomb, bomb, yes, 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 yes.
You may not want to daddy or Jenny, but you can daddy me anytime, Zethy Wethy.
Like, cut that shit out.
Just do it!
Did you miss the drama? You went for a piss? Yeah, it wasn't really drama. People were asking for my take. I gave my take. I probably gave a little bit more of my take, but I tried to provide some context. At the end of the day, like I said, it's not a hill I want to die on. I feel like I'm in a weird position because I'm popular enough where enough people are interested in my opinion, but I'm not popular enough to be above being affected by it. I'm not popular enough to be unaffected by that behavior. So it does seem like if I do take a stance on it, it feels like I'm doing it because of my own personal interests. And I am more genuinely concerned about people under me. But that's obviously easy to say, right? So, like I said, it's not a hill I want to die on. I'm not going to make a big thing about it. At the end of the day, it's Twitch's job to enforce their terms of service.
Look at this guy. I'm popular enough. What an ego. people under you? Can I be one of those people?
You are giving me the most awkward erection right now. Can you please stop with that voice?
What's better than this? Guys being dudes.
What do you guys think of the pig pen being open 24/7? Let's actually move to something in game. Do you like that there's going to be a 24/7 version, but no potential jackpot at the end when it's closed? I think that's pretty cool. I think it's still worth doing, even without the jackpot at the end. Yeah, you know, Moxito, the XP is the thing that upsets me the most about it. You're glad there's a use for primordial crystals? Yeah, there definitely needs to be more of that. Time-gated is generally bad content, I agree. I typically don't like time-gated content. I think Solaire is the one exception where I understand why it's time-gated. That's just to make sure that, you know, people aren't trying to win trade during the degen hours when there's barely anybody playing. I think that is something that PA might lift in the future. If Solaire ever got so popular that there was enough people to keep all times populated, then it might be something they'd be willing to lift. But I don't think we're anywhere close to that. Yeah, you're gonna use a primordial crystal to go in. Same way like you used to have that token to join Enter Sakraya or that other thing to enter Kratuga. I don't even remember the name of those items. But the primordial crystals are gonna be used for that, which is good because there's like no use for those primordials. Aside from enhancing Sovereign, but because everybody crons it, the demand is so low, right? And the supply is so high. They honestly should have just made those bosses give 1 primordial crystal instead of 8. That could have been much better right off hop. Yeah, one is too low, I agree. But it's a start. Imagine if it ended up the other way around, right? Imagine if they made it too high and then all of a sudden the primordial market gets completely wiped out. And the thing is, too, right, is if those primordial crystals were to go back up to max price, well, that's going to come out of your profit. And then nobody's going to grind the pig cave. I guess it would find a balancing point, because if nobody grinds it, then there's no demand. And then if everybody grinds it, there's too much demand. And it would find some balancing point. It's a start, though. Hopefully they add more things. Yeah. Even those stones at max, well, maybe if they were max price, it'd be worth it to do world bosses. At least the weekly, right? Because with the weekly, you get like 4 of those. And I think those were originally started at 50 mil a pop, so that'd be like 400 mil once a week for each boss. Yeah, I guess I'd start doing that. Primordials into fail stacks, so and we don't need that. We can make stacks straight up to 300. If anything, they need to remove the cap off fail stack and let us just use origins to make 1,000 stack if we want to. I don't see any reason for there to be a ceiling. Makes no sense to me. You can already do that with essences. Logical and essences are sitting at max, min price. That's already there's already a market that's already oversaturated that you're now talking about saturating even more. Did I ever enjoy active life skilling? No. No. I do it out of necessity. I never do it out of want or joy. Yeah, they recently just buffed non-event essences, and like they basically killed fail stacking, right? Like the whole using reblath and stuff like that, which is good. I mean, it's such a brain dead way to play the game. The for a long time there, right? It just, you wouldn't use, even though you could use Origins on 100 stack, it just wasn't efficient. You were better off doing taps on Tet Black Stars, right? But with the recent change to essences, you might as well just use essences right from 100 now. They made it significantly more efficient, which is great. Because a lot of people would much rather grind up silver and then just be able to buy their stack, because that's effectively what you're able to do now. Instead of having to sit there and tap reblath, and you're hoping that you fail so you could then get a big enough stack so you can succeed, and it's just like, and it takes you a bunch of time, and most people are, for some reason, completely unaware of this concept called opportunity costs, and it's just much better now. Yeah, you can do despairs up to 100, and then you do origins up to what you need, up to 300 if you want. I think it used to cost something like 42 or something origins from 100 stack, and they basically cut it in half. I think it's like 23 now to go straight from a 100 stack to a 300 stack. And with origins being a bill a piece, you know, that effectively means you can buy a 300 stack for like 25 billion silver. That's a pretty good price. You can actually combine primordial crystals with the scroll you get from a party boss to get fails. Can you do that right now? What is that, Moxito? I never heard of that. One of the bosses we haven't run? Oh, we should try doing that on Monday. Is that the same boss that you were saying did that other thing? I can't even remember what it was, but I remember you bringing another boss to my attention. God damn. Pinks with a little pay forward. Okay. Well, maybe we should try to do that.
Pink's now gifted a tier 1 sub to Gentle Snow.
I guess that's tomorrow, isn't it? Tomorrow's Monday. We should totally do that tomorrow. It feels like a Saturday to me, because I normally don't stream on Sundays. Little tip for the leech. Thanks again. 2.5%. Ooh, no problem. Yeah, it doesn't bother me at all. I mean, I guess it affects my XP a little, but XP is kind of whatever. Once I hit level 67, the next level that matters is 69. 68 is just a little bit of HP. It's only every odd level that gives you one more AP. So. And level 69 is a long ways away. And then you have a new dilemma once you hit 69, which is, do you ever hit 70? think the answer is no. Because 69, funny number. Funny number is funny. Oh my goodness, who is this? This is Averona. I promise you. Actually, Averona never really runs around in a ghillie. Maybe it isn't Averona. Curious. Bing! It's Boromir! Oh my goodness, I should have known it was that stinky man. I thought I smelt something. I haven't seen you in game in a while, Boromir. Yeah, well, I was until they added the pig pen. I'd much rather be there, but I do like this place. You just aura farmed him so hard? Wait, what does that even mean? How do you aura farm somebody? You didn't want the season smoke? Oh, was that what it was? I know. That's the nice thing about the spot is there's lots of dopamine hits, right? The essences feel kind of good. The origins feel good. Limbos feel like Hallmark, but still good. And then if you get a flame or a Kabua, it's like, ooh, cash money. I think I've only had 2 full flame drops. I've had to make all the others out of embers. Part of me is tempted my next flame, or to save my embers, and just make another pair of boots. Because it would be kind of nice to have a pair of DR and evasion boots. I really wish I would have bought back my pair, because the price was really low, and then I sold them back when they were going up. And they were back up to about like 180-ish when I sold them, and then they crashed back down when Sovereign and KharaDONE came out. And then I should have bought them back then, but I can't remember what I was spending my money on. And then they've been just going up since. It would have been the perfect opportunity to just buy them back and have another pair. Opportunity lost. The easiest class and best in-game. Definitely Shy. Wait. What does that say? Does that say fucking? Do I have an obscenity filter on? Do I have an obscenity filter? Isn't there... Pimping? Wait, pimp is censored? Chat, it's probably chat filter, right? Chat filter... No, it's off. What the hell? I see though, I like the pimp outfit. Oh my goodness, look at this man. Look at him. Look at him. You know what? We need to be pimping too. Where's my hat? I have the same hat somewhere around here. Oh wait, it's in this bag. Boom. And then, where's my winter? But I'm gonna make it look good with the proper colors. Wait, wrong window. No, wait, what? No! Why are my colors reset? Okay, one second. I gotta equip my other things. Where is it? 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 I'm blind. Where'd it go? Thought it was normally at the bottom. Oh, there it is. Oh no, I got dark zest brown for my belt, Dragor. Oh shit. I'm zesty to the core. Oh yeah, that's right, forgot I was dyeing my outfit. Where is it? There we go. I found it again. Okay. Wait, what? That's the purple. Actually, I like some more pink. God damn it. You know what we'll do it the opposite. Do this the purple. And then we'll do this the bronze. I don't know what the fuck that is even supposed to be. We'll just do a black with that. Oh, that's a metal. Okay. No, we'll do that bronze as well then. Some purple pants. Oh my god, the bling stays gold for sure. What is that even coloring? No, we keep that white. Good enough. Good enough. Look at us. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh shit. Look at that. Oh, God, what are you doing? Oh, good. Never mind. I thought you were doing something else. Oh, I got it made there. Okay, now we stop being a dumbass and we go back to doing what we're doing. Wait, do I have 2 of those winters? I do have 2 of the Jolly Dreams. That's right, I accidentally just melted down the hat, not the whole thing. I had to melt down one of these Jolly Winters then. We will unlock this one. We'll just let it melt next time. And then... hold on to what we got. You know what we need to do? Oh, I know what we need to do. We need to match our in-game drip again. You ready? I wonder if it still died the same. I have too many outfits. It's hard to find the one I'm looking for. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's not even colored properly. God damn it. There we are. When did I dye the... I don't remember dyeing all this shit this color. The hell? What's the default look like? Yeah. The hell? There we go. Look at that. I match my character. Hide the cape. That's what I look like when I'm outside shoveling. That's almost exactly, unless it's like blizzarding outside and it's freezing cold. Actually, it's never freezing cold and blizzarding. Usually it's a little bit warmer. Oh, what's with the gloves? Oh, I know. There we go. Or maybe we put the watch on. Yeah, there we go. I think I'm definitely gonna watch Demolition Man tonight with the family. As long as I remember once it's tonight. Really? Was Yasuni streaming again last night? I like Yasuni. Like I said, he's an absolutely insane Sork. He might be the best. Obviously, Isaac is absolutely insane too. I wish Mac would have played. I think Mac in his prime. It's hard to say though, right? Because it's different generations. Sork is obviously a lot different now than when Mac was in his prime, but But back to my main point, Yasune's obviously an amazing Sork. But goddamn, man. He gets heated. I respect the passion. A Zerker who locks grab? Who was it? That is 100% somebody trolling Yasuni. There is no way that isn't an agent. There is no chance that wasn't an agent. 0% chance. No, it's not a thing. If you think it's a thing, I don't even know what to say. That is not a thing. That is an agent. 100% that is an agent. What was this guy's name? You know what? Why am I even guessing? Let's go find out this guy's name right now. Leave me alone, mobs, goddammit. I'm trying to do some investigation. Other sort.
Yasuni. Ducky Ducky? Was it Ducky Ducky? I swear I've seen that man grab. Maybe I haven't. Maybe I'm confused. Maybe all Zerkers look the same to me. But I swear I've seen that man grab.
I can't imagine. I'm not saying he's not a gamer. I'm not saying that. I'm saying I'm pretty sure I've seen that man grab. In fact, how? I mean, I guess he is. Well, I guess he's not top 20 for Zerk. Maybe it's true. Can anybody else verify this? Is this true? Wait a fucking minute. I remember being in a game with a Zerker where we lost. And I'm pretty sure the Zerker at the beginning of the match said that he locked grab. And I just laughed. I laughed it off because I was like, there's no way this man's serious. He's just trying to be funny. Maybe it's true that was him. Oh my god, I fucking hate this guy too now. God damn, get him, you Sunni. Get him. That man made me lose too. Holy fuck, that was like a long time ago too. That was like weeks ago. I thought he was just fucking playing, but now that I think about it, oh my god. I kind of respect it though. That's like Danny Destroyer on steroids. Danny tries to play without beast mode, although he does once in a while now. This man's actually just not using grab. Why would you play Zerker without grab? If you're going to play any class in the game, why Zerk? Let's watch a Sucky Ducky replay. We could totally do that. You're right. Let's fucking do it. Let's fucking do it. Oh my god, you're a genius. This is the perfect opportunity for the replay system. Okay, I don't think we can... Am I blind? I could have swore I just saw it, but no, I don't see it. There it is. Well, let's look at the game with Yasuni. We will look at the game with Yasuni, and then we're going to watch a game without Yasuni. And if he grabs without Yasuni in his group, then we know he's an agent. But if he doesn't grab both times, then we know this is legit. We'll save that one. And then who's he with here? Let's check a game where he wins 3-0. Actually, let's see if we can find like his best performed game. You know, I'm not seeing a lot of cat. Oh, here we go. 27 debuffs. There's no way he didn't throw a grab that game. There's no way. Okay, so Sucky Ducky 1. Let's watch this first. We're doing some investigative journalism here. Oh my god, his name... Okay. Okay, let's see. This is him with Yasuni. He's just jumping, he's jumping. Little time to rock there. He's spinning, he's spinning. He's definitely hasn't thrown a grab. Man, I wish we had comms. He's not trying for any grabs. Okay, they get a kill. He V'd really fast. Is he running damage? We gotta check his crystals after. Okay, that was pretty handily won. Yeah, he's legit not throwing any grabs. Here, we'll fast forward. We don't need to see him dead. We know he's not throwing grabs from the ground. Like, there's no way. Just before this, he totally could have just grabbed that Nova. Yeah, he's just legit not throwing any grabs. Well, that only matters if people care what Yasuni thinks, and most people don't. I mean, most people shouldn't. And that's not a jab at Yasuni. But that applies to everybody. Like, you shouldn't care what some other nerd that's taking the game too seriously thinks about you. Just play it. If you're not good, just try to be better than you were the day before, right? All you can do is try to aim upwards. That's it. Yeah, he's legit not throwing any grabs. I mean, we could watch these last 2 rounds, but he didn't throw any grabs at first, so I'm pretty confident. Like, I'm looking at his cooldowns. I'm pretty confident he's not throwing any grabs. I'm fast-forwarding 5 seconds at a time and seeing if, like, in the cooldowns, if it pops up. And I'm not seeing any grab cooldowns pop up. Okay, so let's... Wait, what the hell was that? Oh, I thought I was dead. God damn you, Firewind! Don't you do it! I was grinding here! We're watching a replay, Firewind! I swear to God. That bastard. Oh, wait, I can't play it right away? I should probably get going anyways, to be completely honest. We're gonna watch this other replay first. This was his game with Yasuni last night. Didn't throw a single grab. We confirmed that. This is the game we found that he got like 27 CCs and very clearly carried his game. Let's see if this man always... Let's see if he carried the game without grabs. 5 more seconds. Oh, shit. Oh, my princess. Oh, sorry. Okay, Sucky Ducky, what number is that? F6. Let's go. He's not even trying for grabs. crazy to me. One of these days, this man's gonna unlock grab, and everything's gonna change. Okay, I believe it now. This man doesn't grab, even in the best performed game we could spot. This Firewind motherfucker, though, I swear to God, he showed up the second I went in there. You guys set me up. You set me up. I'm done grinding for the day anyways. My family's home. I'm going to go hang out. It's Sunday. I'm going to go see if maybe they want to watch a movie together or something. Thank you all for hanging out. I hope you all have a wonderful day. Let's find someone to raid. You know what? I'm going to raid a new person. She's popped in my stream once in a while. Thank you all for hanging out. Janae, shut up. You guys are losers. I appreciate you. Have a wonderful day. And we will see you all soon. Thank you for hanging out. Much love to all of you.